Okay. I'm hoping everything is working out. Matter of fact, hold on a second. Let me check my channel here real quick, folks. Okay. Here, actually, let me go to webcam. So, a little bit of background noise, I know. But here, you know what? Let me just kind of switch on over. Let me switch on over to this real quick. There we go. Now we don't have all that music kind of playing in the background. Okay, um, so needless to say, I had a little bit of difficulties. Now, if you're watching this on YouTube, then well, one, thank you for getting through all my Warframe videos. There's a lot, I know, but still, thank you. um, the um, second thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that OBS Studio just recently released version 28. Um, Problem is that the plugin for the NID connection that I use to communicate between my two computers now, um, that hasn't been completed yet. They're still in the alpha phase of it, getting that plugin ready. And well, um, the current version of OBS isn't compatible with the old version of, um, the NID plugin that it had. So, um, I had to, uh, you know, found out about it like last minute on Wednesday. So for those of you that were like kind of hoping for a World of Warship stream, I'm sorry. You know, um, I wasn't, I wasn't aware of the update until like, right then and there that there was such a major update to the OBS. Well, I mean, obviously it showed the fact that, there was an update. So I was like, oh, okay, well, no problem. There shouldn't be any issues with this. I'll go ahead and update. Well, no, apparently that was an issue. It basically invalidated my NID and obviously caused a lot of problems because, you know, uh, trying to communicate from my gaming PC to my streaming PC wasn't really working out very well. You couldn't even hear me because my audio was on my gaming PC, so on and so forth. So it was a mess on Wednesday. I needless to say, I wasn't necessarily a happy camper. Um, but I tried to do what I could to figure out some way of maybe getting it up and running, but by that point it was already like, um, already like an hour into the stream, and I was like, okay. Obviously, um, I was a little worried on trying to do any kind of, alpha testing on my computers um, during the midstream. Not exactly something that um, I would typically recommend to anybody. You know, um, so okay, let me try to explain this for anybody that might be confused. What do I mean by alpha? Okay, so typically whenever a program is in alpha or game or application, what have you, is in alpha, it means it's like bare bones, barely able to function. Not a whole lot of the bugs have been, you know, completely figured out. The potential of it crashing while running is still fairly high when it comes to an alpha and when it comes to an alpha build. Okay, that goes for pretty much anything. Okay, you go for any kind of like game, application, whatnot. If it says alpha on it, be careful. Now beta is a little bit better in the sense that they've transitioned from the alpha stage, which was, hey, we can get it to run, but be careful, to, hey, we got it to run fairly well, but we're still kind of fixing some bugs here and there for the most part. Okay. Um, Now some of the some of the bugs that you might see in beta are more, you know, aren't like your typical common bugs that you might see. It might be like, uh, in some cases, it might be like once in a lifetime kind of bugs that you might see, you know, that kind of thing. So more often more often, beta builds are typically a little bit more stable than the alpha builds. Okay, but again, not that great. You have to wait for the actual release for a program to hope that everything runs smoothly. And even then, you might encounter the occasional bug here and there. So, um, so yeah. Here, let me make sure that I'm actually streaming right now. It's not showing me streaming. Is everybody seeing me? First off, okay, I can see myself. So, huh? Okay, okay. I'm I'm seeing myself on Twitch, so that's good. Okay. Um, I wanted to make sure on that. Yeah, I see. There's a viewer indicator and whatnot, but I needed to kind of make sure. I wanted to make sure that everything's going through. Um, so needless to say, if you want to run an alpha on, you know, an alpha program, then you should take precautions because um, sometimes those alpha builds could potentially, harm your computer. Okay. Uh, it might not be great in the memory management. It could be prone to, um, malicious software or something along those lines. You got to be careful. Okay. So, uh, typically, uh, you know, I, you know, obviously I don't mess around with alphas. I don't have the setups to kind of deal with that kind of thing. Um, but from what I understand, from what typically is a good idea, is to try to have like either like the alpha set aside onto like maybe um like a different partition, a different different computer altogether, um, you know, whatnot. Basically protect your main, daily use computer from any kind of like alpha builds or whatnot. Because if something goes wrong with that alpha program, then it might screw up your computer completely. Okay, so that's why I don't really mess with alpha builds because I don't have the income to handle that kind of messing around. do what you can to protect yourself when it comes to, um, non-release programs. Okay, take precautions. I'm sure that you could probably find some YouTube videos that basically say, "Hey, here's the steps that you can do to protect yourself." Okay, so I'm not an expert in that, so I'm sure that there's plenty of videos or tutorial videos or stuff along those lines that might instruct you on how to kind of take precautions when working on such programs. Okay, so um, wanted to kind of get that out of the way. So needless to say, I didn't want to mess with the NID alpha. Okay, didn't want to necessarily mess with that. I was kind of concerned about that um, being a problem. So what I did was I took the time to um, uninstall my OBS Studio, reinstalled it to an earlier version, and try to get everything set right back up again. I had some issues on my streaming computer trying to get that worked out. So needless to say, it was a bit of a headache to try to handle everything. So, um, but I mean, here I am. I'm back. um, for those of you watching me right now, I'm currently streaming at 3:20 p.m. PST. So obviously not my normal 2 p.m. PST for stream. So apologies for the late arrival, but I was I was having some difficulties with trying to get an ID working on my streaming computer. So yeah. Um, but hey, got it back up and running. We're gonna keep with the OBS Studio, 27.2.4 for, you know, for the time being until such a time where I find the NID update has been released. Once that has been released, then I'll update OBS Studio. But for now, we're we're gonna have to hold to the previous version, at least for now. Okay, so um, so what's on the docket for today? Well, we still got Raiders to work on, but the main thing, obviously, is actually let me go ahead and put it here. Warframe. Okay, so if you were here a little bit earlier, you would notice you would have seen the Veilbreaker release. I didn't go through that particular release announcement. Um, Here, let me see if there's a way for me to kind of go through that. Let's see. Yeah, so um, they released the Veilbreaker Quest. Obviously, there's been a couple hot fixes on that right at this moment in time. I don't necessarily want to be messing with that just yet. Let them work on hot fixes, get that worked out completely before I start messing around with Veilbreaker. Um, because I'm afraid that once again it might not be completely working. I've heard, sometimes you've sometimes I mean, the nickname bug frame still happens. So the fact that there was already a couple hot fixes already for Veilbreaker, just within a span of the day, just kind of shows you, that they're still kind of working out their kinks, which is perfectly fine, you know. But we're gonna kind of wait on that for now. Now, one thing to note is the fact that um, we got the 50th Warframe Stynax. So, so that has been added to my um, um, it's been added into my inventory there. So I now have the Stynax Warframe. I don't know anything about it at all. Um, I'm probably not going to be touching upon it just yet, because I would need a loadout slot for it, and probably going to hold off on it for now. Now, I know some of you might be like, but Jim, it's just been released. You should show it off. Well, I mean, yeah, I know. Um, but at the same time, there's other Warframes that I still need to get to, so that I still need to get some amount of experience with as well. Styanax just has to get added to the list. I mean, I have it. It's available. I can add it to my loadouts, but I only have a limited amount of loadout slots as it is anyway. So it's just gonna have to be put on the back burner for now. Okay. Hopefully everybody understands. Baroketeer.
The inbox has
Um,
messages for the operator. Anything about orders in there?
Warframes are truly remarkable. Artist has detected evolutions in Excalibur, Mag, Volt, and Wukong that transform their abilities. Even now, they adapt to the demands of an ever-changing battlefield. As Ortis made this discovery, we passed through the pre-field on Earth's thermosphere. A most curious manifestation remains of an Orcan station, perhaps. Ortis collected exemplary resources during our passage, 3 Forma, 2 Orcan catalysts, and 2 Orcan reactors. Ortis is certain that the operator will make excellent use of these spoils, resources, very loyal Savlon. Now, I don't know if they've. I mean, I believe I've already maxed out all of their. Gave each of these potatoes already. So, so I don't know if this is basically saying, hey, we're going to go ahead and give you back your resources and all that. I kind of doubt it because I believe I've farmed Wukong a lot more than Forma and the others, a lot more than just the 3. So these might be extras, that they're kind of giving like, hey, we know we're changing up some abilities, so we're gonna give you some extra stuff here to say, sorry for the trouble. From what I understand, Wukong definitely got nerfed. Um, and from what I understand, it was a pretty hefty one. I don't know how much, but it's, from what I understand, it's significant. So, um, and we still got that one getting ever so closer to the um, to the um, cross-platform. So, all right. So, once again, you know, we have Veilbreaker, that is available to us, but we're gonna hold off on it. Okay. We're gonna hold off on the other Warframe as well. What I'd like to do is, um, check out what's kind of changed on Wukong and the others, Excalibur, Mag, and Volt. Um, then um, want to make sure that we are um, still kind of working along on our non-prime warframes. Okay, Hero Systems is ready to go, so we can start building Hero. So there we go. And obviously, um, well, um, we don't have Hero Prime ready. So um, so once we get Hero Prime's neuroptics and systems, then we'll be able to swap Hero out with Hero Prime. But for now, um, it'll just have to stay that way for now. Core Prime Systems. We still need to kind of work on that. Try to find the blueprints for the neuroptics and the chassis. So, um, we're going to be working on Lavos neuroptics today because I want to do a lot more railjack missions. So, potential for more titanium coming up on that. Um, let's see. Don't have Necros Prime neuroptics, so that's going to have to hold. Um, we're going to be working on trying to go towards the Sevgoth. So we're going to be doing a lot of railjack missions. We're gonna start with the basic missions for the time being. We're just gonna kind of go through the worlds one by one and not necessarily stress about trying to rush to get Sevgoth right away because um, my railjack isn't maxed out yet, and I'm sure that there's better weapons and shields and the like out there, better than what you get default wise. So we got to work on that a little bit. Um, so yeah. All right, let's see if I can see what was changed the four in the four. Okay, so Celestial Twin. Okay, no real change from what I can see there. Evaporating in a cloud of mist, float through the battlefield. Right. Okay, defy. Invulnerable, defy enemies to attack. All damage is captured, stored, and dealt back in a single furious strike of Wukong staff. Bonus armor is then granted relative to damage captured. Um, Now I've seen armor up to, um, you know, 1.5k. Um, that might have been reduced. They might have said, "Hey, this is way too much armor." Maybe. We'll have to find out on that. Um, and maybe they reduced down the damage there. I'm not seeing any. Um, not really seeing any kind of like ability changes per se. Um, Now I'm not saying that there isn't changes. I'm just saying that I'm not seeing anything I'm not seeing anything that is outright different for the most part from, um, from what I've seen in the past, from what I've seen previously. Let's see. Excalibur Umbra. Yeah, looks like everything's fine there. I don't know if I've gotten. I know that I had Mag, but I've gotten Mag Prime, so I don't see Mag Prime set up right at this moment in time. So it probably is, you know, in the background for the most part. So I'd have to kind of go um, here and just take a look, but I'm not gonna go out and do that. We'll worry about that. Well, I'm not necessarily needing to kind of worry about it right at this moment in time. Okay, so from the looks of it, um, it's more stat changes than anything else. Okay, they didn't do, they didn't like change the abilities or anything along those lines, from what I can see. So, um, let's see. I wonder. Let's see. Warframe. Wukong changes. Okay. Wukong is top performer as a movement. Overall damage of Celestial Twin has been halved. Oof. Okay. But marking enemies with your ability button still offers 3 times damage boost against marked targets. Celestial Twin is vulnerable to self-stagger from its own weapon? What? That's odd. Okay. Um, Wukong and Celestial Twin now share an ammo pool. Ammo that is picked up by either you or the Celestial Twin is shared between you. Oh god, really? Upon running out of ammo for a specific weapon, the twin will either swap to a weapon in your loadout that does not have ammo, or swap to melee when completely out of ammo. The twin will also search out ammo pickups. Prior to this change, Celestial Twin had an infinite ammo pool, which allowed for the use of high impact, low ammo weapons such as the Brahma to be used far outside the weapon's balance intentions. Since your twin now inherits your loadout, a more active role is encouraged to maintain its effectiveness. Oh, jeez. Now, I will grant, the fact that it had an infinite ammo pool, was a nice boon. Okay. Um, but normally when you're kind of working, uh, your your focus is on other things, while your twin was kind of handling enemies, you didn't have to worry about adding additional ammo into your, um, you know, when you're like trying to handle something in particular, you weren't having to worry about the loss of ammo. Um, the fact that Um, you know, okay, for example, okay, here let me switch on back to Wukong here. Uh, you know, uh, Perfect and the Ceranos here, was a very nice weapon, you know, because with your clone, it could just keep on shooting off the arrows over and over and over again, and you didn't have to necessarily worry about it, and it was a fairly effective weapon overall, in the hands of your clone. Now, because of the fact that you know ammo is no longer ammo is now of concern, the fact that you're um, you know um, ammo maximum 7. It makes the Ceranos completely null and void. You do not want to use the Ceranos for your twin anymore because it will be searching for ammo all over the place just to try to keep the the Ceranos completely equipped for the primary weapon. Otherwise, it'd have to switch over to the secondary. And once it blows through that, then it's like, okay, well, you know, um, you know, my Piranha Prime, only has 210 shots. So I mean, once it, you know, blows through the 7 arrows there, it's gonna quickly go through the Piranha Prime. You know, it doesn't always pick the best shots or anything. It's not it's not exactly um, intelligent in the terms of aim shots. It likes to spam its shots. So, oh, that hurts. That hurts a lot, in my particular opinion. I mean, if you disagree with me, then go right ahead. But I mean, um, it it just kind of made bringing out your celestial twin that much harder to deal with. Um, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can back that the change that they did there because uh, you know sure, having the damage, no problem. The fact that it was able to spam all these ammo fires and stuff like that, no problem. Completely understandable. Okay, but the problem is that now you have to be concerned as to what weapons to actually give your twin now. Um, if you have a very limited ammo pool and the fact that it has no regard as to, you know, when and where to shoot, for the most part, um, you're now having to kind of worry about, hey, you don't necessarily want to even give him a weapon anymore. Just keep him to melee and just that. And that's it. That's all you can do. Ouch. That hurts the most, I think. I don't think that was a good change. Um, the having the damage, okay, I can understand that, but the ammo pool, that hurts a lot. In my particular opinion. So, um, Primal Fury changes. Melee stance has been reworked to modern standards. Bigger hits in the combos now have larger damage multipliers built in. Added a short duration vortex pull at the end of its forward combo when he slams the floor. Does not scale with ability strength mods. Okay. Fixed scripter with Wukong's passive. Okay, these were all prior to update 32. So okay. Oh, um, yeah, I don't really like that change. I don't like that change at all for Wukong. Okay, let's see. Um, Excalibur changes. Okay. Um, Slash dash, rework chain targeting to pick the next best target after each slash instead of at the start. Invalid targets aren't removed from the list of potential targets as they may become valid again at some point, re-entering line of sight or being at a closer distance. Damage is now 100% slash, guaranteeing slash status effect. Increased overall speed when dashing between enemies. Increased active targeting of extra units. Can now be cancelled by jumping or dodging. Interesting. Reduced the slashing animation. Improved in-air slash dashing animations. Updated the FX with accompanying Excalibur Phantom Trail after performing a slash dash. Okay, so from what I can see here for Excalibur, they did and they kind of did like a boost to the slash dash. Okay, that's not too bad from what I can see anyway. Radial Javelin. Remove the cap on enemies that can be hit by Radial Javelin. Okay. Prior to change, there was a limit to the number of enemies Radial Javelin could hit. So, for example, not accurate numbers. Even if 15 enemies were in range, it would only hit 10. Now it hits absolutely everything in range. Okay, that's a good buff. I like that. Um, Add a guaranteed slash status effect. Okay, interesting. Animation tweaks increase the size of the javelins. Javelins will now visually aim for the chest. Okay. Okay. Fixes. Fix Excalibur Umbra's randomly deactivating Exalted Blade when playing as operator. Umbra will now keep Exalted Blade active and will turn off only if your Exalted Blade deactivates. Okay, that might be a little problematic. Okay, sorry for anybody that's like watching me on YouTube or something like that. I'm going through the patch history on the Warframe wiki on fandom currently, looking at Excalibur's update 32 on 9/7/2022. So you're welcome to kind of go and check that out if you want. Same with Wukong. Same website, same type of patch history, um, update 32, so on and so forth. So, um, so for Umbra, when um, when you're using the Exalted Blade, um, your energy starts draining, every second that you're currently, you currently have the sword out, right? Well, when you go into operator, you're no longer using the sword, so I could see it deactivating. So you won't necessarily have that drain, or at least, depending on how long you've been out of, you know, the particular Warframe as an operator, um, I could see the idea of, hey, let's deactivate the Exalted Blade because he's not in it anymore. Why continue to drain? Now they got rid of that, um, so potentially, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not sure. When you go into your operator, it could still be draining your energy. So potential for, um, after you've, um, I would have to kind of check that out, kind of thing. Like, um, go into my operator, or, activate the Exalted Blade, go into my operator, and just kind of keep an eye on Umbra and see if the Exalted Blade kind of disappears on its own because it runs out of energy. Or does it actually stop that drain? I don't know. I'm not sure. Um, if it stops the drain, then perfectly fine. I'm happy with it and with that change. That makes sense. If it doesn't though, which I mean seems which in my opinion, if you have that exalted blade out and you're kind of walking around doing your own thing in your operator, you would think that that would be draining your warframe of the energy. Um, I would imagine that if you were to go back in to your warframe, energy should be down further than where it was. That's just a speculation on my part. I don't know. Okay, obviously I haven't tested this out, so I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. Um, if it is draining, then I find that to be more of a nerf than a buff. If it doesn't drain, then I see no problem with it. It's more of a buff than anything else, so I'd be happy with that change. We'll have to see. We'll have to see on that one. Um, you know what? Here. Before I move on to the other warframes, we're gonna go ahead and test it out. We're gonna go to friends only. We're gonna go to Earth. We're gonna go to Plains of Eidolon. We're just gonna kind of stay on the steps. We're gonna activate the Exalted Blade, go into my operator, and um, see what happens there. So, okay, so right now I'm at, you know, um, let's do 150. There we go. So now I'm gonna pop out at 140. There we go. So Exalted Blade is still out. Why Umber kind of shifted around, I'm not quite sure there, but whatever. Okay, so if everything is perfectly fine, it should still, if it's a buff, it should still be at 140, right? We'll see. Let's go back in. Nope. As you can see, or actually you can't see. Never mind. Um, the energy was around 110. So it was still draining the energy when you had it out. So yeah, you know, uh, so now, from the patch notes, it was saying that if you switch into your operator, then um, you know, uh, there was a potential for it to deactivate. You know, uh, Celeber Umbra randomly deactivating the Exalted Blade when playing as operator. Now, um, what I would have liked to have seen is maybe a change in there, basically saying, hey, if you're out of the Warframe for, like say, um, 10 seconds or something like that, or 5 seconds or something, then it eventually deactivates. So you have to reactivate it again. Okay. Um, so, for example, if I was to, um, here, you know what? Let me move my stream raider timer here because obviously you all weren't really seeing that. So, uh, there we go. Hopefully that kind of works. Obviously, I'll get to the stream raiders in just a second. I just want to kind of go through these patch notes here a little bit before I do. So, um, so right now I'm getting up to, I'm getting close to 200 energy. So I'm gonna turn on the blade again. There we go. So once it gets to 190, I'm gonna go into my operator again. So there we go. So now it looked as though my energy quickly dropped there for a second. I can't really say for certain, but when I popped on out of the Warframe, it looked like my energy reserves quickly depleted, you know, for a bit there. And I have a funny feeling that that might have affected my overall energy. But I would like to kind of see like, hey, I'm out of my Warframe for a lot. Like maybe I'm handling some nightly enemies or something along those lines. Um, so yes, um, and then why Warframe just basically says, okay, well, you're not using the Exalted Blade, I'll turn off. I'll do an auto off or something like that. I don't want it to be, down to 120 in my energy reserves just because I was outside of my Warframe, for as many seconds as I was, you know, there. So, um, or I would love to have, for it to kind of hold on to uh, to kind of put a cap on the energy loss. Um, so yeah, I would, you know, I feel that that patch that they did for Excalibur probably wasn't. I mean, I wouldn't have minded the random deactivation, to be honest. So, um, although the cost of reactivating it, it you have to kind of justify, does the cost of reactivating again, outweigh the cost of the drain, for example? Um, but it wasn't. I wasn't losing any energy during activation for it, so that seemed very strange to me. Seemed very odd. Because I thought there was I thought um, his exalted blade had an activation cost. I thought. Yeah, I mean there was the drain and then there's the drain per second, but interesting. Hey there, Barracudas. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? What are you up to? So, so this is interesting. Here, let me go back in here and see, because that 0 cost is different from what I saw back up at my ship here real quick. Let me check this out real quick. Doing pretty good. How about you? I'm doing perfect. Well, I'm doing okay. I had a little bit of hiccups at the very beginning trying to get OBS Studio to be set back to its original state. Um, since the OBS Studio got updated to 28, it kind of messed with my streaming ability. So I'm hoping for some plugin updates before I go back to it. So, um, but yeah, here let me go back here. Uh, so I go here to Exalted Blade, and you see here, you see there the drain and the drain per second, 17.5 and 1.13 on this status, on this information. Did I maybe have like an upgrade on here that basically said, hey, you don't have to worry about the cost? Not sure about that. I don't think I had anything along those lines set for Umbra. Um, yeah, I don't see anything here that basically says, hey, you don't have to worry about the cost overall. Unless, wait a minute, that might be an operator ability, now that I think about it. Ooh. OBS is always frustrating. Well, I mean, I can handle it for the most part. The
Operator,
the
can you
problem
hear
is
that?
that with
It's
the
a
recent update, it
cosmic
it
background radiation is a riot.
it removed the NID ability to communicate between the two PCs that I have now. Um, between my streaming PC and my gaming PC. So, um, the plugin for that is still being worked on. Um, so I mean, once that plugin is set, then I can boost back up to OBS 28, OBS Studio 28. But for now, yeah, I'm just gonna. I've had to scale back down to the OBS 27, at least for now. We'll see. Okay, so that was a little odd. I'm not quite sure why there was no drain costs out there on the plains all of a sudden there. That was a little interesting. Not quite sure. Again, it might be my operator. So for those of you that aren't familiar with operators, look away. Again, potential spoilers as I mentioned. So if you're not familiar with that, then maybe close your eyes for a little bit. I'm going to go and check out my abilities again and check that out. So um, let's see. Uh, right. Okay. So I do have a passive ability that um, allows abilities to be cast without using energy or shields, but requires more time to recharge. Gotcha. I forgot about that. So, okay. So, uh, I got past that point, but it's been a while, and I got no clue what to do. Understandable on that one. if you have any kind of questions, feel free to ask. I can try to answer your questions, but even I'm not like the most enlightened, so I can try to help you out. But at the same time, I can probably try to maybe refer you to like maybe some other YouTubers to check them out, check out what they have to say, and you might gain a little bit more insight on it. So, um, but yeah. So far, it looked like a little bit of a buff to Excalibur based off of the recent update. So, you know, I don't necessarily like the fact that the saber is remaining on when your operator is outside of the Warframe, um, you know, constantly, and it's draining your energy. But I mean, that's a risk that you're going to have to take as an operator if you're you know if you're exiting your Warframe, you still have the potential of losing energy. So bear that in mind. So um, so what's a Kuvalich? Because I got one apparently. Oh, okay. I can answer some of that. Um, so for when you initiate a Kuvalich, um, you're basically enabling like a sub boss kind of thing. You know, like for example, if you go to, obviously, you have the assassinations, such as the Jackal here, that you can go and try to fight that particular boss, in in terms of getting, in this case, um, Rhino Warframe parts, is one of the potential drops for doing the assassination of Jackal. Okay, the Kuva Lich, much along the lines of the sisters, are um, are a similar process for the most part. Well, not. I have to kind of be careful with that. It is it's like a sub boss, so you have to obviously take steps in order to try to take care of them. Okay. Now that sub boss, that Kuvalich in this particular case, okay, will appear on one of these planets, okay, on your map. So, like for example, my Kuvalich for a long time was on Ceres. So, so I had to go there and try to, you have to acquire certain um, stamps, certain codes to figure out on how to fight the Kuvalich himself. You can't get rid of him until you've researched all of the all of the codes. I don't have a Kuvalich right at this moment in time, or otherwise I'd show you what I'm talking about. Um, but typically when you have when you have one, you can go down to the Parazon down here, and
Operator, you have remembered
it
well about the
would
Tenno
kind of
Island
show
series.
you that, um, it would kind of show you some information over the side here about, what um, kind of information you're kind of looking for. Now, this requires you to fight the Kuvalich's, um, what are they called? Acolytes. Um, they're little soldiers, and eventually it will start kind of opening up the patches. There's like three patches, three um, um, what are they called again? Um, they'll unveil about like three symbols for you. Okay. So it takes a while for it to reveal each of those symbols. You have to keep on fighting those thralls to open up, each of those symbols. Now, down below, you're going to be able to say, hey, I want to try to attack, I want to try to attack, you have to first disable the Kuvalich, and then you have the opportunity to use it in a particular order, um, the three symbols. Okay, so it might not always be in the correct placement. Um, so for example, here, let me kind of remove these three, right? So, um, so say your first symbol is a fas, so you put the fas there. Then your second symbol is the Jahu, so you put the Jahu in the second slot, and then you put the Reese in the third slot, for example. Okay, so it has to match the symbols, obviously. You can't be like, um, oh, it's a Riss, being shown over here, but you put in a Netra. That's not going to work. It's not going to take. It's not going to happen. Okay, you have to get the right kind of symbol combination, over here with, what you've currently got, loaded on your Parazon. Okay. And once you get all three of them, you know, um, once you complete like the combination of all three, once you've confirmed all three, then you've pretty much, you have the potential of like either capturing the Kuvalich or killing the Kuvalich. Um, if you kill the Kuvalich, then you have the potential of getting the weapon associated with them. If you capture them, then they basically become an ally that occasionally joins you in fights at random, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So, um, so obviously, if you don't necessarily want the weapon, then you can pretty much try to get them as an ally that can kind of join you in the fight, if I remember correctly, I think. So, now, uh, the the problem is that the order of the three symbols isn't a guaranteed. So, for example, FOSS here might not work in the first slot. It might actually work in the third slot. Okay, and then you have to have like wrist in the first slot or something like that. It will tell you which of the symbols actually works for that particular slot. Okay, but if there's if you stab them and the order isn't correct, like for example, if wrist wasn't supposed to be in the first slot, it will basically say, hey, no, you tried attacking him, but wrist wasn't correct, so your Kuvalich is gonna basically run away, and you're gonna have to re you know make another attempt, which um, I believe they get harder every failed attempt that you make. So you want to make sure that you try to keep down the number of attempts to a minimum. Try to figure out which combination works. So um, so yeah, you know, be careful. Be careful with that. Okay. Um, so the other two we've covered Wukong, we've covered Excalibur. Um, let's go to Vault and see. Obviously, again, I don't know what was changed. here, just here in general. So I'm gonna go to the wiki and um, see what was changed for Volt on the 32 update here. Let me know if you have any other questions there, Budakotra. Barracudas? Barracuda? Okay, so let's see. Classic Trio has been revisited for a bit of the facelift. Our goal is for it to make all abilities relevant while simplifying some mechanics for new players to better understand. The changes are as follows. Okay, so Volt's passive increase the points of electricity damage added for every 1 meter traveled from 5 to 10. Okay, so as you travel with Volt, you add a potential damage to the to whatever damage Volt sends out. So if you do like the shock damage, for example, that that passive ability of adding extra electricity damage gets added. So so the fact that they went from 5 to 10 is pretty good. That's a nice boost. Updated passive to also include bonus damage to shock on attacks that bounce. Interesting. Okay. Um, so not only does the passive damage affect the first strike, but it also affects all the additional strikes that happen with shock, which, I mean, it's a chain lightning, so it attacks multiple targets. So that's nice. That's a good boost in my particular opinion on that one. Okay. Shock. Reduced cost from 25 to 15 energy. That's a good boost. I like that. Um, Unified range across all ranks to 15 meters. Hmm. I'm not sure what that was all about. Um, no, it might have been that the range increased as the ranks increased, but I don't know what that range was prior. So maybe it was getting up to 15 per rank. So like 15 meters was the max at max rank. I'm not 100% sure on that. But um, if that is the case, um, then I mean that's a good boost. You don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about like smaller amount of uh, you know small range on the um, on the first rank, for example. It would be at 15 automatically when you first start out. So if that's the case, then that's a good boost. You know, I approve of that. But at the same time, I don't really know. Maybe the max was, maybe it increased over time, but maybe the max was actually 20. So, so not sure. You know, hard to say. I'm not really seeing anything in terms of range right at this moment in time for Volt. Um, I'm just kind of looking down through the other No, that's speed. Speed ranges change. Yeah, okay. I'm not seeing anything here per se in terms of the um, in terms of the range on shock right at this point. So I'm not sure. Not sure about that. Again, if they had like the max rank at 20, for example, but they reduced it down to 15, then obviously um, that's a nerf. But if they've but if it is like max 25 and they've maxed out everything to 25, um, then yeah. Or if it was max was 15 for like max rank, but they instead of doing like 5, 10, 15, they just went 15 all the way across, and that's a buff. And I approve. Okay. Speed, increase base speed from 50% to 75% and unified across all ranks. Okay. Increase duration from 5 to 10 seconds to 9 to 12 seconds. Okay. Base and max. Okay. Increase the reload speed buff from 17.5% to 25%. Okay. Unified the range of all ranks to 25 meters. Okay, so I did see, further down on the in the patch history, there was a range that was kind of tiered off based off of the rank. So, it was like, 10, 15, 25 or something along those lines in terms of ranks. So that's definitely a buff. So at least for the lower levels, might not be a buff per se in terms of the highest level, because I think the max range was still 25, but whatever. Electric shield, all changes below are specific to its carrying mechanic. Okay. Remove speed reduction while carrying the shield. Okay, so now while you're carrying it, you have the fast speeds. Gotcha. Remove the energy drain for every 4 meters traveled while carrying the shield. Interesting. Okay, so um, so I mean, if you're traveling at high speed, then you're removing the potential energy drain. Okay, not bad. Like that. Remove secondary weapon restriction. Primary and melee weapons can now be used while carrying the shield. Aha. Okay. That's awesome. So, while you're carrying the shield, your primary weapon no longer removes it. So, updated sound effects for picking up and dropping shield. Okay. It's not that big of a deal, but sure. Discharge. Unified electric pulse range to 20 meters across all ranks, and electric arc radius to 8 meters across all ranks. Okay. Again, I'm not sure if that's a buff or a nerf. Not sure. The fact that they set a number to all ranks and not just one. Sure, that's good for like the lower ranks, um, but if the max rank is still 20 meters or something like that, then it might not be that good of a buff per se. So, fixed duration timer and HUD for volt speed disappearing if another member of the squad is playing volt and cast speed at the same time. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so from what I can see for volt, it looks like the majority of it is positive. boosts. So Volt, it looks like Volt got a good majority of buffs overall. Um, I didn't. Again, there could be there could be in terms of like you know the um, what's the it could be the maximums could still be the same. Okay, so if you're like already at max rank, it doesn't really matter all that much. You're not really seeing a buff to it per se along those lines. At least for some of these things, like for example, the unified range across all ranks for shock was 15 meters, right? Well, if you're already at max rank and you're already at 15 meters, then it's not necessarily a buff. It's not necessarily a boost. So um, now um, if the range was 10 meters at maximum and it got bumped up to 15, then obviously that's a buff. That's a positive. That's a good thing. So so not sure. Not sure. Um, I don't see, it doesn't show like a before and after on the wiki, so I don't really know. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and switch on over to mag. Um, Again, I don't have mag, you know, mag prime loaded up or anything along those lines, so I um, can't really show mag there, but okay. So from the looks of it, mag has a really small change. There's only like two. Oh wait, no, this is the hotfix. Okay. Let me instead of looking at the hotfix real quick, let's go to the actual update 32. Um, I see that the hotfix was 32.0.2, so we'll look at that in just a second. But first, we'll go through the update 32 change here. So Classic Trio has been revisited for a bit of a facelift. Our goals were to make all abilities relevant while simplifying some mechanics for new players to better understand. Changes are as follows. Um, Mag's passive no longer requires you to bullet jump to pull pickups towards her. Okay, so she automatically pulls pickups no matter what, I guess. So you don't have to do a bullet jump in order to do that. Okay. Pull now creates a mini vortex when casting, which gathers enemies in front of Mag. Polarized shards on the ground will also be pulled into this vortex. Helmuth changed Mag's pull to now have diminished range when infused. Was 25 at max, now it's 12.5 meters. Oh, okay. Um, so that's a bit of a nerf there on that end. So for Helmuth for the pull, you're no longer, um, if you're switching it over to someone else, then it's not as effective. Interesting. I mean, it's essentially halved. Okay. Magnetize. Shards from Polarize are pulled into the magnetized bubble, including shards orbiting mag. Hmm, interesting. Charged magnetized absorbed shards increase its damage by 500 for each one. Okay, interesting. Scales with ability strength mods. That's also interesting. Okay. Um, that appears to be a pretty decent buff from the looks of it. Increase the angle of protective cast from 80 to 120 degrees across all ranks. Okay. Um, unified range value across all ranks. 15 meters for explosive radius, 4 meters for bubble radius. Okay. Again, I, I'm not sure um, what the values were before then. If they didn't increase it for the max rank, then obviously not necessarily a buff for max ranks. But unified protective cast absorption multiplier across all ranks to 2 times. Okay. Added an FX when the shard's projectile expires. Fixed the burst FX when incorrectly rotated. Okay. Polarize. Shards are now significantly larger and hover above the ground, making them much easier to see. Okay. Shards within 3 meters of Mag now orbit her, inflicting a slash and puncture status effect to nearby enemies. Okay, interesting. Unified range and duration across all ranks to 8 meters and 5 seconds respectively. Okay. Crush. Unified range across all ranks to 18 meters. Okay. Um, so we got Warframe augment buffs. Okay, so she got quite a bit in terms of changes to her on this one. Max Fracturing Crush was survivors have their armor decreased by 50% and become unable to move for 7 seconds. Now the augment functions unchanged. Casting speed is increased by 50%. Okay. So it takes half the time on casting max um, max crush. Okay. Fixes. Fixed mags polarize inconsistently, removing enemy armor if it affected a group of enemies versus a single unit. Hmm. Okay, let's see about the hotfix. Fixed mag's passive vacuum radius being smaller than it originally was before update 32. It has been restored to its former glory. Okay. Also fixed mag's prime's passive description not being updated to its new form. Okay. Um, interesting. Okay, so from the looks of it, again, I'm not 100% sure what the maximums were before all this, but it looks as though a good majority of these are buffs. They are increases to Mag's abilities overall, from what I can see. Um, the the helmet change is interesting. The fact that the range was halved for Mag's pull, but I mean, what can you do? Uh, now, my question is, if someone used Mag's pull, if someone like already put Mag's pull on a different Warframe, is that change also going to be affecting those particular Warframes as well? Or are they still at 25? Hmm, I wonder. Not sure. Hard to say right at this moment in time. So, um, if anybody's like watching right now and you've already put Max Pull on a different Warframe, could you could you maybe put it in the comments and let me know, or put it in the chat. Let me know. Is it uh, is your mag pull still at 25 on say volt or whatnot, or do you see it being reduced down to 12.5 as well? I'm kind of curious about that right at this moment in time. But again, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what's. Um, I I I barely use Helmuth right at this moment in time. I don't know what the meta is for um, uh, having certain abilities on certain warframes right at this moment in time. I haven't really bothered with that because I mean, I play this game only once a week. Um, but I'm certain that there's obviously good combinations out there that people have already kind of looked into as well. Um, so if you're kind of curious about that, obviously I'm sure that there's plenty of other people that have kind of looked into that a little bit more to try to, put out some decent content as to like, oh, hey, you want to use, you know, or hey, this particular, Mag's pull ability is perfect for, for Hydroid or something like that. Who knows? Um, but I'm sure, people have kind of talked about that in forums or something like that. Maybe you could probably go to like the Warframe forums and look to see, there's probably like conversations going on all the time as to, okay, which ability was is perfect for whatever Warframe you have kind of thing. Like hey, I have Chroma Prime. What you know, but I don't necessarily like this particular ability. What works best for Chrome Prime? That kind of thing. So um, believe me, I'm sure that the community's kind of covering that a lot. So. And I'll probably get to that at some point. I'll probably be like, okay, we've pretty much covered everything. Probably not, but uh, we've covered a lot already, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna check out what abilities work best for like Chroma Prime, or hey, I use Mesa Prime all the time. I don't necessarily like her first ability. What can I change her first ability into? That kind of thing. So um, obviously the second, third, and fourth abilities are fantastic um, for Mesa, in my particular opinion. Um, uh, but again, I don't maybe um, at the same time, I think it's a little. I don't know. I haven't, like I said, I haven't played around with Helmet, so I don't know if you can actually replace the first ability or not. Okay, it might be very specific. It might say, hey, the only ability that you can replace on, say, Mesa would be like, say, the second ability or something along those lines. I don't know. And again, I haven't messed around with it. I don't want to make the wrong decision, along those lines. I don't necessarily want to put an ability on my Warframes and um, suddenly screw everything up. Okay, I want to be careful with that. So So that's all. So I wanna be a little cautious when it comes to helmet. So okay. Um, okay, so I've covered all the Warframe changes. So again, I'm that 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 Wukong change hurts. It really does hurt. So um, I really do not like. I did not like that change whatsoever. So obviously gonna need to change that up at some point, or um, change the armaments on them and hope for something better. Um, again, I don't mind the reduced damage. That's not that big of a deal. I don't like the shared ammo pile. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. It's gonna be super annoying to have that for um, for the Celestial Twin. Really wish that that wasn't the case. So that's my one problem with. That's the one problem out of a few out of the Wukong's um, nerf. That one hurt the most, I think, in my particular opinion. Okay. So let's see. Now that we've taken care of all that, sorry for the long conversation, but I mean, I kind of got started late anyway. Um, let's see. Um, 150 enemies with abilities. Okay, that's easy enough to do. Mesa, come here. Don't have a lot of time to take care of that, so Mesa, or actually, hold on. Hmm, I want to kill a lot of enemies with my abilities, so Mesa is good, but I think I can probably do a little bit better. Um, in terms of that, let's pull out Vauban on that. Okay, so bring out. Gonna go ahead and kind of keep with the Piranha there. Go and equip everything that looks good. So let's go ahead and just kind of go to, an early survival. We'll keep it to the friends only for now, because I want to try to get as many kills as I possibly can in a short amount of time. So we're just gonna go to Malva here. We're gonna pull out our fletchets and just let him go to work. So.
Distract the infested while a lone Tenno operative hunts for supplies. Set off the alarms to start.
There it is. There we go. Where's the... There it is.
Emergency life support is inbound.
Okay, there we go. So...
Look for personal life support modules dropped by fallen enemies. incoming.
Nope.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
There we go. Easy. And they'll just keep on rushing you, so...
Life support on the way.
Okay. My little roller balls are still kind of rolling around, shocking everything, so...
30 seconds left.
Wait a second. What happened to all the canisters? I thought they didn't expire.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Guess they did. Hmm. Weird. Okay.
Life support has been replenished.
Here we go.
Many things have been taken from us. It's
All right.
true. But fortune favors the bold, and there ain't none so bold as people with
Now, I saw that kill 150 enemies with the secondary, so we can go ahead and take care of that real quick.
Additional life support has arrived.
Now, granted, the exit hasn't been shown yet, so
Is off to a successful start. Extraction is available if you need
okay.
it.
Now, let's see. Hold on. I wanna kind of clear through all these.
Life support activated. Tenno, prepare for life support.
I'm gonna get closer to the exit over there because I just kind of want to quickly get through this without having to
Another life support capsule is now
See.
available.
Oh, I don't necessarily have a companion on me. Interesting. I didn't realize that before. I'll have to go ahead and change that up a little bit. Okay. Here's the common exit. There we go.
Life support incoming. I've delivered another life support capsule.
Now, I'm kind of curious. You know, one of the Warframes requires me to kind of get a certain number of kills. You know, using the you know, uh, using the one, what's it called again? Oh, did I pass it? I think I might have passed it already. The crowns. No, I didn't pass it yet, but wait. So I'm kind of thinking maybe I can see if Vauban might be a good, might be a good kind of Warframe for that particular assignment. You know, try to get that 75 kills initially. But obviously, that's weird. I'm kind of missing the
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
there it is. That's where it is. You know, there's the offering a crown, and you have to kill a certain number of enemies or whatnot. So I'm kind of curious, how good would my fletchettes do against the enemies there. Okay, so we already took care of that. Okay.
Spore saturation. situation is nearing critical mass. After that point, no amount of life support will save you.
A Granum Port gateway has been opened. It won't last long. Move.
Oh,
Freeze
that was
Varys with the Saurus and destroy Pargos' specters.
that was a
Don't
bad
know
move
how
by
long.
me. Oh well. Oh, I can still get an upgrade to this, huh? Okay.
They will multiply again, but for now the situation is under control. Come
Nice. Okay. I was kind of wondering about that. Made things pretty easy on that.
The spores
So I
are
might
almost
want to
completely saturated with
consider,
life. You need to get
you know,
out.
once I get Vauban Prime to try that again with,
Life support has been replenished.
um, you know, try that again when I get Vauban Prime. You know, with the other two
Life support
attempts
activated.
there, and in terms of like maybe trying to find some, um, you know, trying to find what was the parts that I needed again. Yeah, let's go ahead and get out of here because we've already kind of taken care of everything that we kind of wanted to take care of here. Let's see,
Additional life
which
support has
Warframe
arrived.
requires the Grinium crowns? Protea. Which I don't see any Protea parts in this, so it looks as though either I'm missing something on that, like maybe I needed to pick up something in particular while going there, or you know, it's you know, it was a random drop, you know, such as this Volox barrel, for example. So it might not have been one of the drops potentially that, you know, I was given. So, but I mean, it was a definitely an interesting strategy. I'll have to try that again at some point. So now I don't know if that was like the best strategy ever, but obviously when I tried to do it with Mesa, I wasn't able to get um, one. I wasn't necessarily able to get in the amount of kills as well as trying to get in, you know, collecting all the time boosters in there as well. I feel Vauban probably was a good mix for that because it was, you know, it was killing the enemies fairly quickly. And I was able to kind of freely walk around without too much hassle collecting all the drops, you know, collecting all the time boost pickups and whatnot. So yeah, um, I look forward to when I do get Vauban Prime to be able to kind of handle that a little bit more. Um, you know, uh, now I don't know if there's like a boost
Operator, did you hear that? It said
for Proteus parts.
cosmic background
Um,
radiation is a riot.
if you go into like the harder levels, and you know, if you put in the more advanced crowns in there, you know, I don't think the drop chance is higher. Um, in terms of percentage. Now, it could be that it might offer you more, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Don't quote me on that, please. In terms of like, hey, um, for the first crown, you only get to battle 75 and you only get one drop. For the second, I believe it was like 150 enemies, so twice as many, so potentially two drops, maybe. I'm not sure. Again, I haven't really messed around with that too much, but I do know that that is that is one Warframe that I still need to work on collecting. Now, if that is indeed the case, where if I use like the second crown and fight off 150 enemies, and I have the potential of getting two potential drops out of it, then that's obviously really good, really beneficial. But problem with that though is that the enemies get harder to defeat. Um, so that's why I'm kind of thinking that my flechettes, while very helpful for that first level, might have a harder time for the second, potentially. I don't know. We'll have to see. Um,
Now,
okay,
just
so
in
we took
case
care
some
of
of you
those
ain't doing
two.
all this out of the kindness of your
Scan
hearts.
objects or enemies. Okay, that's fairly easy to do. Void flood missions. Okay, probably not gonna deal with that. Hire enemies with necromech. Probably not gonna deal with that. Um, Although that isolation vault bounty, is handy. Um, yeah, I'm not really seeing a lot. I'm not really seeing a lot here that will go along with my attempts to work towards getting, work on towards the railjack right at this moment in time. Um, so to be honest, yeah, I'm not going to be doing much in terms of the Nightwave here. These two were fairly easy to do, obviously, but um,
Till then.
but yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and switch on over to one of my other Warframes. Normally I'd go with Wukong, but since he got nerfed, I'm not so comfortable with using him on um, the railjack missions anymore. So, hmm. Um, oh wait, I need to get Bob. I need to load a companion up with Bob on. He didn't have a companion on him. Hmm. Let's just stick with the Helios for now. It's the constructor. There we go.
Well put together, operator. Now get
Um,
out there and
at some point in time, I do
collect
need to
them.
get, the other
Make the note.
companion set up. Matter of fact, let's see. Now that I think about it, yeah, Carrier Prime is ready to go, so we can get him going. I still need to get mutagen masses for the gen there. And of course, um, I still need to, um, you know, consider uh, changing out Charlie here with Nugget and continue working on a Nugget, or I can, mature Charlie, or at some point in time, I really do need to get my uh, I do need to work on getting the Kavat genetic material so that I can um, start breeding Kavats. Um, the genetic code, I haven't taken care of that yet. Still need to, I know, but we'll worry about that at a later time. So I'm not in a major rush. I know that they're Kavats, you know, uh, from what I believe, Kavats are deemed. Well, I could be wrong. Okay, don't get me wrong. They're going, don't like count me as an expert on this, but I believe Kavats are typically looked more in favor of than Kuburos in terms of um, overall companions. But again, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% on that. Um, obviously Kuburos have their own positives, to them. Maybe it's just a matter of looks. I don't know. Maybe people tend to like the Kavats in terms of looks over Kuburos. Maybe there's actually no difference whatsoever between the two. I don't really know. I haven't really looked into it all that much. Um, if it's just a matter of looks, then that's completely understandable. Um, but I mean, more often than not, I see a lot of people having Kavats. So it makes me wonder, is there a definitive difference in ability strengths between the two? I don't know. Okay. Um, I'll have to look into that a little bit later. Okay. Seeing that I'm going to be working on um, railjack missions, I should try to go more for um, have a Warframe that I'm more comfortable using, um, so that I can um, fight everybody, in the railjack missions more. So I'm leaning either towards Volt or Mesa on that. Although again, I don't know. Okay, so I still have capacity of 20 for Volt, and I believe I've already. Oh, nope, not mods. Hold on. Go back. Actions. Yeah, it's already been. Arcing Reactor has already been set, so the most that I can really do is the polarization on that. Now, uh, what do I have set right at this moment in time? I mean, right now I just kind of did the whole shield capacity kind of thing, but I mean, I don't necessarily need to do that. Um, and obviously I'm using a lot of, um, using a lot of capacity right at the moment in time for both the vitality and prime vigor right at this point. So, let's see. Probably should be looking a lot towards efficiency. Um, Probably a lot on duration. Um, I'm not certain range is, well, I mean, range could still be kind of useful for the most part. Shock and discharge being two abilities that use use the range. Let's see. Actually, oh, damn bug in my eyes. Okay. Okay. To be honest, all four of them look as though they could benefit from Volt's abilities. To be honest, from the looks of it, I don't see. I don't necessarily. Okay, um, so like for example, when fighting Eidolon, obviously the electric shield is, is something that comes in comes in clutch. You tend to want that electric shield, you know, available for you during an Eidolon hunt. So, for the Eidolon build, for example, you'd want to kind of focus more on getting you know, the efficiency, duration, and strength up. You don't necessarily need to worry about range along those lines. So, so obviously, obviously I want health to be added in there, but I mean, um, so we'd want, duration to be on there. We would want, I said range doesn't really matter, right? So, I could put narrow-minded on there. Um, we want, we'd want more strength overall. And we'd want more efficiency, so um, so, that would, wait, what? Extra damage didn't get affected by strength? What? Huh? That's interesting. It's not, okay. Hmm. Normally, you know, I mean, obviously there are some stats that aren't affected. As you can see, chain links aren't affected by, you know, the changes in duration, efficiency, range, or strength. Uh, would have been nice if strength actually added to the amount of the chain links available, but what can one do? Um, but I'm kind of surprised that strength didn't actually add anything to the extra damage. You would think that it would, so that this one in particular is quite confusing that strength had no effect on the shield damage whatsoever. Hmm, interesting. So in other words, the only the only good thing that you can do for the electric shield is efficiency and duration, and that's it. You don't need to worry about strength or range. So you can just kind of get rid of strength. Um, so here, let's see. Is there one that I can use to? Nope. that's not very useful. Yeah, I don't have anything that does a negative to strength right at this moment in time, so okay. Well, I mean, I do the overextended, but I mean it boosts range, which doesn't really help either. So what's the point? Why add range when again it doesn't affect the electric shield? So again, pointless. Don't need it. So um, so yeah, I guess the only thing that um, here let's go back to all here. Let's look at duration again. That's a negative. I mean, that's a positive, but, and I mean, that's, um, you know, increased knockdown recovery is kind of nice in the sense that, you're not dealing with, um, if it knocks you down at some point, then sure, but, um, hmm. Not really seeing much else in terms of duration here, at least nothing that um, is that helpful. I mean, Constitution maybe. Let's see, efficiency. That hurts duration. Don't want it. Um, already have streamline. Let's see. I mean, Boreal's hatred might be good. Hmm. Interesting. I don't have any Volt augments right at this moment in time, so can't really do much about that. Oh wait, hold on. I do have them. What am I talking about? So recharge, gotcha. So if I do something like that, that might be a little bit better for everybody overall. Um, let's see. Hmm. Not sure about whether or not to actually add a transistor shield into it. I mean, the fact that they can allies can pick up a shield and move it during an Eidolon attack, could be kind of handy as well. But um, at the same time, I mean, you could you're going to be kind of creating your own shields anyway at you know at different locations. So I mean, it doesn't really matter all that much. So. Let's see. Ability range doesn't matter. Ability strength doesn't matter. Um, I mean, this is interesting. Retribution. Seeing that Volt's already, you know, a an energy type already, but yeah. Okay, I'm going way off track here. I'm not building for an Eidolon, but you know, you get the point. You get the point. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking, you know, try to work towards, you know, a lot of boosters overall. Anything that has any kind of like negative to any one of the other abilities doesn't really help overall. Um, so so things like, you know, adding additional strength is good. Um, and the like. So um, add some more efficiency. Um, hmm. Let's see, ability range. Could add that in there too. So I mean, so we're pretty much positives across the board for Volt on that one. But what I could probably do is, I mean, I've already have Volt maxed out at 30 already. So I mean, I could probably put on a Forma on him and, um, you know, it'd probably be a good fit for him. So if I do something like that, which, you know, I need one of these for at least the health. So, you know, uh, now it's not nearly as bad overall, you know, points wise. So, um, let's see. There we go. So there we go on that. And now let's travel the stars, shall we? Okay, wait, hold on. First off, let's instead of Oculus, let's go ahead and switch it back to Helios so that we can try to get as much scanning as we can go on. You know, just to maybe finish off the Nightwave. Um, we got that. Hey there, Vinny. How you doing? Just letting you know I'm here lurking. Hope all is well. Everything's going okay there, Vinny. And thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. Um, don't need to worry about any of the gear or the emotes right at this moment in time. And I'm currently set up with this particular Arcwing right at this point. But I am maxed out on the melee weapon here. So do I have a different one? I do not. Hmm. Let's see. Maybe see if I have. Let me see if I have like a different. Um. If I did have it like a different Arcwing melee weapon here. One second. Let me check. Um. Arcwing. Um. Let's see. It does not look like I have. All right. Okay. I'm gonna hold off on that for now. Furx. Or not a prime. I know I have that up there. And the prime wings was one that I've been I was trying to get at one point in time, but I think I ran out of the relics for that, so I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything more there. You know, I could potentially build the Nux, but I would need more detonite injectors, and I would need to see about the Furax. Surprised I don't actually have the Furax again. Interesting. Maybe I've already like used them in like a recipe, or I accidentally sold it off. Don't really know. Um, oh wait, hold on. Let's see. Warframe weapons used in crafting. Let's Furax. No, it is. Uh, um, it is mentioned here that it is used in the Nux here. So I wouldn't have like sold or used it, or maybe I did sell it off because I'm not seeing any other. I'm not seeing it used in any other builds. Interesting. Um, that's probably what happened. I probably saw the Furax Wraith and I was like going, oh, I have the Furax Wraith. I could probably sell out the Furax. That's probably what happened. I'm now kicking myself. Oh well, mistakes happen. I mean, it's not like it should be that difficult to build again. Here, let me see what the recipe is again. Yeah, I can build that fairly easily. So let's go ahead and do that again. Let's see. Melee. Brax. Build that, please. There we go. Alright, well, that's gonna take a while to build up, so oh well. Alright, let's get to doing some railjack missions, shall we? We're gonna go ahead and set this up to public here. We're going to go ahead and now, uh, as you can see, I have not touched railjack missions all that much. You know, for anybody that's new here, that's maybe lurking or whatnot, I haven't done that much in terms of railjacks. Prior to getting my new computer, my old computer was really kind of chugging when it came to railjack missions. It was really having a hard time with it. So now with my new one, I'm not having to worry about it. But obviously, if I'm trying to get oh, what's his name? Sevagoth, I need to get to it's Vale Proxima or Pluto Proxima. So, and all I have right now is Venus unlocked right now. So obviously, it's going to take me some time to get there. Um, so we're just going to go ahead and work on that. Voidstorm doesn't, you know, I don't know how useful that would be for me. So I think I'll just rather go with a normal spy, but it's a spy. So let's hold off on that real quick. Um, Volt isn't exactly perfect for when it comes to spy missions. So let's go ahead and switch to Avara. Switch to Avara. There we go. That was weird. Let's go ahead and set up secondary here, and we'll grab the melee weapons. Everything should be good. So, right. So let's go. Now, you know, as I mentioned before to anybody that wants, you're welcome to join me at any time on this. So, of course, my ship isn't, the best, but I've tried to boost it up as much as I could. So.
This is Granum space. All units, target the freeloaders. Crew, disable priority targets before hitting that capital ship. Locating breaching points. Launching ram sleds.
Destroy security nodes, okay.
Our invaders possess more enthusiasm than talent. Gunnery crews, launch torpedoes.
Okay. Let's see, where's the other node?
We have a fire.
There's the other one.
Flames extinguished. I want more firepower out there. Launch one of our cruise ships.
Okay.
Cruise ship reinforcement has arrived. Cannot blame them for trying. Ship secured. Torpedoes locked. Target in range. Fire.
I'm missing something here. It's not killing off the cruise ships directly right at the moment. So maybe I have to kind of go and try to board.
Atteno has exited the railjack. Launch torpedoes. See them evade that.
I'm not seeing any way of destroying the cruise ships right at the moment. I'm missing something, obviously. Oh, there it is.
torpedoes, locking onto their signature, firing.
Alright, there we go. Time to leave.
We need heavy ordnance. Fire torpedoes.
Nope. Oh, ow. Ah! Okay.
Priority targets neutralized. Next up, capital ship.
Okay, there we go.
Tenno.
Alright. So
Torpedoes locked. Target in range. Firing.
interesting that my main guns can't kill off the can't kill off those cruise ships. Maybe, and you know, maybe it's just the type of guns that I'm using. It has more of a disabling effect than anything else, but I'm still able to take out the fighters. So it's just a little odd. That's all.
That's a rail jam. Bangs out, boys.
All right.
Tenno deployed. We need heavy ordnance.
Use
Fire
Omni tool
torpedoes.
to port to ship.
Boarding operation successful. Sending full away crew. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Tenno, I need you to get inside enemy data vaults and retrieve crucial intelligence data.
Engage.
Okay, he's heading towards.
To prevent the Tenno from boarding. Intercept them at once.
He's heading towards A. So. I'll go ahead and head on over to B.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
Let's see. Not that familiar with this particular
Beginning extraction.
Bro, the
with
lag
no
in this
remorse.
lobby is unreal. Can't open doors. That's interesting. Guess even with my computer right at this moment in time, still having a hard time with other people on it. Oh, oops. Okay, I believe he's probably already at sea, but we'll see about trying to catch up to him anyway. Yeah, he's already there. Now I don't. He might be still kind of dealing with. Um, he might still be having trouble dealing with doors or whatnot. So I'm gonna see about trying to get through. There we
Data
go.
extracted.
All done.
They won't even know it's gone. We have everything we came for.
Get to extraction.
Oh, wrong one. Wrong way. There we go. Let's go. Okay. Oh, where is it? There we go. Mission complete. Yay! Levar reactor MK1. Okay, awesome. Okay, so now let's see. The next thing that we can go to, we are going to Vesper Strait. There we go. Now let's see. Vesper is. Actually, I have no idea what this is all about. Okay, he left the squad. No worries. No big. We're just gonna keep on doing these missions one after another till we can get to a point where till we
Another
handle
job
everything
well
there.
executed.
Now, I didn't get any titanium on that one, so it might be planet-based, so this is gonna be interesting.
Cap ship. Massive sentient on there can never be allowed off.
Oh, there's some titanium right there. Okay. Oh, it's a bit far. Get a little bit closer.
All Corpus
There we go.
craft. Engage enemy railjack. Disable priority targets prior to boarding the capital ship. Hit that railjack with a comet shard. Ice them up.
Alright, let's see. Work on these security nodes.
Deep freeze. Deploy a cruise ship. Launch ram sleds. Kill them hand to hand.
Go away.
Alert. Enemy cruise ship on scope. We are burning. Deal with it.
My crew should take care of it.
Launch torpedoes. Let's see them evade that.
I'm currently getting a lot of, currently dealing with a lot of ice right at this moment in time. Not quite sure exactly why, but
Alert. Resolved. Ship secured. Everyone is one piece. Good. Crew. Strategic targets disabled. Time for the main event. Engines locked. We are free. Engines
Okay.
thawed.
okay, there we are.
Dropping Finno out of airlock.
There we go. Going on in.
Locking on to their signature.
Let's see, Orphix. Necromech, shoot the red things to make the Orphix
Sentient
open up.
control
Yeah, yeah.
increase with every Orphix. If it tops out, you get out. Until then, fill every golden moment with sweet slaughter. There's our problem. An Orphix. Soon it'll spread the pulse field wider.
Your orders are extremely simple. Locate the intruders and kill them.
As Mother would say, kindly address the Orphix situation. Tenno. An Orphix is like any other kind of personal hygiene problem. It will get worse if you ignore it, as I have been repeatedly reminded. That's the stuff. Now, hit that Orphix hard.
I think I need a better position on him.
Sentient pulsar. Wipe him
Oh, god
out.
damn it. Come on. There we go.
battlefield out wider. And we do not want that. Sentients are kinda getting the advantage down there. You still good?
I don't think I'm doing that great at all on this one. Oh, what the heck? I don't think my weapons are killing it at all.
Better to fail the mission than fail you.
My weapons weren't affecting that guy at all. Okay. Now I don't know what's... I guess I'm going back to the ship. Oh, what the... Yeah, okay. Not very, not quite sure what the heck happened there, so... My guns weren't able to shoot with that, whatever it was. The only thing that I can think of was the fact that, you know, my operator was the only one that could actually damage it, so maybe the amp is the only thing that can damage those red nodes at all. But I mean, then what's the point of the Archimech? I don't know. Odd. Okay, let's try that again, but let's just change my arsenal over to something else here. Again, I would love to have Wukong available on this, but just to have that extra extra individual, but maybe I need to go with more of a powerhouse on this one. Go more Mesa and absolutely destroy them, or at least try to. Actually, hold on. Once your frame goes through the area, you will be separated from it. Right, but the problem that I have is the fact that my Necromech wasn't even damaging those nodes at all. You know, with his 4 ability. Now I don't know about like maybe regular guns, maybe just like, you know, now I'll admit, you know, my Vodrig's current guns, the dual Durkalons obviously aren't like perfect right at this moment in time. I don't really like the fact that the magazine is very small overall, so maybe I need to kind of add some more magazine capacity in there. So maybe do something more like that, but okay. That's not great. Anyway, at all period, okay. Woohoo, a whole 3 additional bullets. Oh my gosh. Uh, they nerfed ammo anyway. It feels like they're making it harder and harder on us, and you know, I don't know. I'm already kind of finding some of the harder, the more difficult levels already difficult as it was anyway. So I don't know. But that's obviously me. So. Um, Now I could see about trying to increase the overall damage on this. Let's see, hold on. Yeah, Toxin is good against the Corpus, which is what I was kind of facing off against anyway. Maybe I need to do... Instead of fire rate, let's go more critical damage. And then let's go ahead and add in some more critical chance on that. And then we have 2 additional points that we could do, so I could bump up the barrel up to max. So it's going to cost a lot, but I mean, it's going to be kind of worth it overall, so yeah, that increased it a little bit. Obviously not great, but I mean still a decent amount there, and with the potential of more critical damage as well as the critical chance, then that might give me a little bit more in terms of the cannons there overall. Now, there's not much here that I can kind of do in terms of the overall ranking there. Now let's see. We have armor, vitality, energy max, streamline, redirection, ability strength there. I don't think I got any like additional mods that really help out. So yeah. And all of them are maxed out already, so I don't think there's really any mods that I can really do on the Void Rig itself. Now let's see. Okay, so we're already maxed out on this one. Let's see if is there anything else that I can maybe do on here? Let's see. I gotta be careful because if I'm not mistaken, um, you know, these mods are also being used at, you know, with my other gun, I believe. So, so if I like bump up critical chance here, for example, for 3 points, that might mess up this one here, parallax scope. So yeah, should probably hold off on. I mean, I have a lot of points that I can upgrade the mods here. Um, but obviously, you know, I don't want to max out, you know, some of these just yet. So, although it's interesting that um, radial damage is doing, you know, radiation and blast in there. Right. That actually boosts up the heat into radiation on that. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if we can try that again. Navigation. Let's try one more time. Oh, wait. Am I joining a crew on this one? I think I might have actually joined the crew. And yep, I joined the crew. Okay, well,
That word can well won't last long against Warframe fighters. Carrier, you are clear to launch.
oh, he's already in here. Okay.
You were supposed to keep those jamming drones operational.
Progress halted. Jamming drones.
Those drones were our data grid's best defense. This has gone on long enough. Carrier, launch your X-Fighters.
Jamming drones.
Oh, wait.
Yay.
Oh, come on. Get. I got shocked and it stopped my movement there.
Out of options. Deploying special operative. Throttle that signal. Thorax fighters will rip that railjack apart. Carriers, send them in.
Okay. Can't go there.
One last thing. Get to the override terminal.
Okay.
Jumped. RX.
He was doing the that guy was doing the majority of the work there.
Unassigned cruise ship located. Deploying immediately.
Strategic targets eliminated. Time for the main event. Welcome back.
Arm the warheads. Fire full salvo. Take them down.
Hello, disembarking.
There we go.
Sentient control will increase with every Orphix. If it tops out, you get out. Until then, fill every golden moment with sweet slaughter.
There we go.
Without an Orphix, it will boost the pulse field with resonators.
You failed to prevent the Tenno from boarding. Intercept them at once.
You got him vulnerable. Dish out some punishment.
See, I'm not doing any kind of damage to this guy anymore.
Orphix. Every resonator pushes the pulse field out wider. And we do not want that. Better take down the Orphix before they get too strong.
Things seem tough. Nora knows. But believe, though it's going out of style, there are people working to make this system a better place.
Big nasty on the scope.
Oh wait. Okay. I thought I had. Where are my jump jets? No, that was not my jump jets.
Sentients are kinda getting the advantage down there. You still good? You won't even be able to scratch that Orphix while there's resonators nearby. That should give us some breathing space.
Wait, wrong way.
You're losing ground, kid. Think about getting out. There's another Orphix. Every one tightens the sentience grip. Good job. They felt that back in town. Sentient control is riding pretty high. You comfortable with that?
Oh, missed. Ah, God damn it! Come on.
As Mother would say, kindly address the Orphix situation, Tenno.
Nope.
I am scrubbing the mission. We are done here.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. What the heck? Leave the dojo. Thank you. Okay, yes, I know that I failed. You don't have to show it to me again.
Tenno, you will make an excellent hunter.
Resource drop chance, resource booster. So that was the amount of resources that I can get, or that was the chance of resource on the drops. So, I mean, sure. So not doing too well on those missions right at this moment in time. I get what I need to do, just I'm having a hard time trying to get around the station for the most part.
On screen, Corpus Cap ship. Massive sentient readings. Pack necromex. Whatever is on there can never be allowed off. Remind the Tenno whose territory this is.
Okay.
Disable all priority targets. Cyclops Array, you have them. Fire at will.
Okay. I gotta do. Yeah, I gotta destroy the cruise ships as well, huh?
Prep cruise ship for launch. Cruise ship on scope. Launch ram studs. Kill them hand to hand.
Okay.
Clumsy bridge. Our invaders possess more enthusiasm than talent. Cannot blame them for trying. Ship secured.
Alright.
Cyclops Array, blow that railjack out of the sky! We need heavy ordnance. Fire torpedoes.
Okay. There we go. Time to leave.
Cyclops Array, open fire. Give them hell. Strategic targets eliminated. Time for the main event. Welcome back. Launch torpedoes. Let's see them evade that.
Where are we going here? We're going there. Okay.
Hull breached. Venting Atmo. Situation critical. It's still active. Cyclops Array, open fire. Repressurizing.
Okay. Alright, time to get out of here.
Tenno has exited the railjack. Torpedoes locked. Target in range. Firing.
Those other two are still on board the ship. And it's like, guys, can you come here quickly, please?
Cyclops Array, lock
Can
weapons
you
on
please
railjack.
come here?
Destroy it! Hull breach. We are breaking apart. Immediate repairs. Breach sealed. Railjack integrity restored. Boarding operation successful. Sending full away crew. Gunnery crews. Launch torpedoes. 5, 4,
Okay, there we are.
Sentient control will increase with every Orphix. If it tops out, you get out. Until then, fill every golden moment with sweet slaughter.
Engage.
Got an Orphix. It will boost the pulse field with resonators.
Your orders are extremely simple. Locate the intruders and kill them.
Okay.
There's another Orphix.
Looks like I'm the only one doing anything right at the moment.
Sentient script. That's the stuff. Now, hit that Orphix hard.
Okay.
Every resonator pushes the pulse field out wider. And we do not want that.
Okay.
Sentient pulsar. Wipe him out.
Wait. Ah, damn it.
Buy yourself some time. Nice.
Okay.
Orphix. Get the poppin' resonators, then you can tackle the big guy. You're losing ground, kid. Think about getting out.
I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Why we're losing so badly. Nope, I missed.
It's down. Good work.
Is there just too many sentinels or something like that?
Sentients are kinda getting the advantage down there. You still good? Orphix just hit. Updating your map.
Oh, God.
Sentient control is riding pretty high. You comfortable with that?
Not quite sure how to calm it down any more than what we're already doing, so. And even then, we're not doing a good job of it.
Unprepared. This is on me.
I mean, short of trying to kill all the sentinels that are around there, but I mean, even then, it's like, I thought we were already kind of doing that for the most part. I don't know. I don't know what's up with this level. I'm having a hard time with it right at this moment in time, and it's... So I'm not quite sure what's going on here. I'm missing something. Obviously you know, we have to kill off those things as quickly as we can, otherwise it kind of floods the station even more and more. I get that. And from the sounds of it, it sounds like, you know, you have to have enemies, you know, what the heck is going on here? Okay. Not sure why we are currently locked at the moment. Is everybody able to see me? Am I lagging? Am I dropping a whole lot of frames? If anybody's in the chat, say hi, let me know that you're there. (2022) Railjack still glitched out as an yeah. Seems that way. Time to close Warframe and try to reopen. Thanks for trying to join me in the fight. Okay, now it's giving me the opportunity to Warframe, what's going on here? You have a hard time trying to keep players from staying in a squad. Okay. Um. Okay, I'm gonna need help. I can't get past that level. Railjack can be buggy as heck, yeah. Yeah, I saw it firsthand there. That wasn't exactly ideal. Um, okay, let's switch on over to the Helios Prime here, so that we can potentially have some more scans going on right at the moment. But yeah, I don't know what to do with that particular level. That was that's a really messy level right at this time, and I could probably use as much help as I can get to try to handle it, because you know, uh, so I feel like I could probably handle one of them, but the fact that three of them are spawning kind of thing, and that you have to, it feels like you have to take out like all three of them all at once. Um, makes me feel like I need, like, you know, two people along with me that can take out those fairly quickly just by themselves as well. So yeah, Venus. I'm trying to do, yeah, I'm trying to take care of Vesper straight right at this moment in time, but it's not, obviously I'm not winning. And you know, I can't get to any of the other planets. I mean, I could try continuing working on Veil Proxima, but I mean, I don't have the um I feel like my Railjack wouldn't be able to handle that. You know, same with Pluto. So let's see. I mean, all the weapons and the like have already been researched. Let's see. Um, Levar Shield Array 1 doesn't really work. Inspect, okay. Shield regeneration delay. Shield regeneration per second. Okay, so slightly reduced shield capacity, but higher regeneration per second. Shields apply electrical status to all enemies within 50 meters. Slightly higher regeneration delay. So the shields recover more per second than what I currently have, and also applies at electric status, but the delay is slightly longer and the shields are slightly less overall. So, okay, I can just go ahead and scrap this. Don't really need that. Not sure. Not sure what to do with this one. I have a funny feeling that I might be able to find something that's even better than that, that offers even more shields. But at the same time, while, you know, my shields might be slightly less, slightly, and the... Oh, wait. The delay is actually better? It's actually better. So not only does it, you know, is it 3.8, it only takes 3.7 seconds to start the recharge, but it's even more for a loss of 20 shields. That's actually pretty good, I think. But I don't have enough titanium to repair it anyway, so... Okay, never mind. Okay, let's see. What about engines? What we got for engines here? So... Inspect. Okay, so... Slightly reduced engine speed. More of a speed multiplier. Increase top speed by 20% while shields are depleted. Okay, I don't necessarily want that, so let's not. What about plating? Nothing on plating, okay. And what about reactor? Nothing in reactors, okay. What about armaments here? So we don't have, this one isn't really that great overall from the looks of it. I'm not doing a whole lot of total damage on that. This one is doing a lot of overall damage here. Almost triple the damage, but status gets reduced. Higher heat, less fire rate, or will fall off, and accuracy takes a huge dive. So yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, not much change that we can do there. Not much change we can do there. Okay. Let's see. Upgrades. Let's see. Do we have any decent upgrades here? Extra turret damage per enemy destroyed for 8 seconds. Maximum 5 stacks. Let's see. Cruising speed. No. Yeah, Clad Matrix already got. Those are auras already. Let's see. Overload. No. Let's see. Protective slots. Turret damage when shields are above 75%. That's not really that helpful. I mean, unless you have, like, you know, shields that restore pretty quickly, then it's not that great. Yeah, Warhead I've already maxed out already, so I mean, this one is nice, but I don't have the capacity right at this point. So okay. Let's see, I have 35 intrinsics available, so I can bump up. Oh, okay, wait. I can bump up the compensate gain there. Let's see. That seems like it's a, and that's a good one right there. Unlock the deadly power of your arsenal, improve turrets, advanced targeting modes, and devastating artillery. Let's see. Increase arcwing traction range by 25 meters. Melee range by damage. No. Let's see. Resupply forward artillery cannon during combat. Okay. Drift maneuver during vector. Press and hold L shift to drift. Nah. Let's see. Deploy Necromechs. Deploy Necromechs in all Railjack missions. I mean, that might be handy. I'm kind of leaning towards either doing tactical here, which, I mean, obviously, tactical or command here, because I think both of those are handy, but I mean, at the same time, there might be something in like the lower ranks here that might be extremely good as well that I'm not familiar with. I'm not really seeing much in terms of piloting. Gunnery can be helpful. You know, just the fact that you reduce turret heat by 20%, increase necromech gun damage, you know, seems like this one can be quite useful. Craft hull restores, increased forge processing speed, for their increased forge yields. Remotely repair onboard hazards. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like out of the three of them, you know, command, tactical, and gunnery are probably the best ones out of the bunch, but I'm not 100% sure. So, I'm seriously thinking just keep on putting points into command here because, I mean, it's, well, let's see, hold on. Allows you to give one competency point to your crew members, allows you to redistribute previously assigned competency points. Converted liches become available as defender crew on your railjack. Crew members can be designated as being on call and can be summoned to aid you in non-railjack missions. Stronger crew members become available for recruitment from Ticker. I mean, all of these seem quite useful. You know, same with gunnery. Seeing a lot of potential boosts in damage and whatnot, so you know, we're just gonna go ahead and do that. Alright, crew. Let's see, train. Okay, so obviously, you know, repairs maxed out already, so don't need to worry about that, but I can boost up their health so that they can do their jobs a little bit more. They won't die on me during combat and the like, so I'd figure that one. Good there. Let's see, train. Okay, so already at gunnery there. We have 3 points that we can give to this guy. Okay, so let's go ahead and take care of that. And one more point there. There we go. Let's see. What do I want to give to this particular person? How about this weapon? There we go. Customization, don't need to worry about. Alright. Vinny, do you want to join me on this? Because I'm obviously I'm struggling on this particular mission. me go ahead and leave the dojo here real quick. Let's go back to the okay, that was interesting. Let's go back here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of struggling on that mission, and I could use an extra hand on it. So far, the randoms that I've been getting there haven't really been helping me out all that much. Makes me think that, well, okay. There's two things that I'm thinking. One, um, my amp isn't taking out those massive globs all that fast. Okay, so I'm thinking I should really like look into trying to get a better amp for it to try to take out those things faster. Because I know that I don't have the best amp. You know, I'm quite aware of that. Um, I just feel like um, well, I mean, I would have to. I believe I have to get.
Stand by while I analyze
You
the
know, I would have to
intelligence
kind of
profiles of the enemy.
battle,
Error
try to,
not
try to
found.
raise up my
Did the operator enjoy this
reputation for the
witticism?
quills, and or Vox Solaris to get, like the best amp parts, I believe. I think those are the only two places that you can get the best amps. But again, I'm not 100% sure on that. Here, let me look it up real quick. Warframe best amp. Okay, 10 best amps ranked according to Game Rant here. Good for low level Eidolon. 223 amp combination. Shirok Prism, Shirok Sun Scaffold, and Loren Brace. Here, actually, hold on. Let me quickly check out. Oh wait, I need to go up. Another potential spoiler here, though, folks. I'm going to be looking in on my amp here. So if you're not familiar with, or you haven't gotten into, or if you haven't gotten your operator yet, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, then you're probably a good idea to, you know, close your ears for a little bit. Because once again, we're going to be getting into spoiler territory again. So right now, I have I have this amp here. Um, let's see. Shark Prism, Shark Sun Scaffold, and Lore Embrace. Okay, so that's what I currently have right at this moment in time. The 223 amp. So, this one is the very first one here. Rat Black Prism, Contrast Scaffold, and they have the Genty Brace, but I have the Klapka Brace here, so I don't know. I don't know if you could actually get MR. I don't think you get MR ranking for amps like that. So for mid-range players, okay. So we're already talking. They already discussed the 223. What the what the hell? Yeah, they already discussed this one. What the hell? That's weird. Warframe is best played with a group in order to maximize effectiveness while still being able to acquire all the available loot and dungeon. However, if player's only option is to run through a dungeon solo, the 177 amp combination is the best choice for securing high damage per second DPS output. To form this amp, players must use the Raplak Prism, which is there. Proper Scaffold and Certus Brace. Only when you guild them, then max them, you will get the MR, right? I forgot about that. 777 for clearing bosses quickly. So 777 amp combination is a solid one that tends to survive the wrath of any meta changes, being the valuable choice throughout all the changes to Warframe. To form this attachments, the player should combine the Clamora Prism, Proper Scaffold, and the Certus Bridge. This amp combination is an easy start, but can be ineffective against bosses with lots of limbs and damage points due to its short, narrow range. Pair this amp combination with a strong Warframe sniper rifle for the best results. Okay. 774 for the almost best DPS. It's one of the better amp combinations for giving Warframes high damage per second output. To form this amp, more Prism, Proper Scaffold, and a Path of Brace. Gives the user a short range void beam, a timed explosive to add to their arsenal, and a plus 20 amp energy pool with 15-second energy recharge rate, allowing players to stay in the fight and make the most out of the amp. This is one of the best amp combinations out there, allowing players to succeed with any of the tenant weapons on Warframe. 775 for the best DPS. Players want to focus on the damage per second output of their Warframe, then the 775 amp combination is the perfect choice. To form this amp, players should use the Clamora Prism, Proper Scaffold, and Sue Brace. Gives the player higher amp damage, energy pool, 2 amp recharge delay. This turns the Void Beam into a short range attack, and the Scaffold gives the player a timed explosive in their arsenal. This amp combination is the best choice, making the best Warframes even stronger. What do you think there, Vinny? What amps do you use? I have a funny feeling that I'm probably gonna need to bump up my. Oh, it looks like I think I've already gilded it. Or did I gild it? Stab. There goes the Sevagoth farming. Not that great there, Mr. Stab. Getting stuck on a particular mission where I have to fight. Oh, what is it called again? Orphix. mission and I'm getting stuck there. So I have a funny feeling that I'm gonna need to get um, a little bit more in terms of my amp damage if I'm really gonna be kind of looking for some more. Yeah, let's see. Before we go too far, let me go ahead and check out what I can actually kind of purchase right at this moment in time. I've been messing around with the change holster mods, and let's say this holster amp and Swap are amazing together. Okay. Let's see. Fast travel, Quill.
We are each one viewpoint within the
Let's
myriad
see.
allow
Browse
us to improve
wares.
your efficiency.
Let's see. Yeah, I need to get to instrument here in order to potentially get these, and I believe those were some of the ingredients that they were kind of mentioning, maybe. Oh no, it's not even mentioning those three. Interesting. At least for the 775. Let's see. What we got here? No, and okay, the Aspirata brace here is one that they were kind of, they're kind of mentioning here for the 774. Let's see. What about the 777? Once again, don't really need anything here. Or it's not being offered here at this point, so yeah, not there either. Interesting. Okay. So based off of this particular website's, 10 best amps ranked, which they only have 7 amps out of 10. It looks like there's only one of them that actually uses this particular brace here. So it makes me think that maybe not really that helpful overall. So okay, there, Mr. Stub. Combine it with anything that reloads gun on holster, you can be spitting out high DPS range damage without reloading.
In time.
Okay. Let me... Let me see. I'm trying to see which, you know, where to kind of go for like the um, best amps right at this point. So.
Ready to dance on some faces. Any of this useful?
Okay, let's see. Okay, so based off of this particular website here, it's looking like these three right here is the 777 combination that I was kind of talking about. To get like the max amount of to get the 777 combination on that. But it looks like if I want like some of the best, you know, some of the best weapons that are out there for amps, I'm definitely gonna need to get these two here at the very least from the looks of it, the Clamora and the Propa. So to get the max, or you know, the according to, yeah, at least according to this particular website. Now, I don't know when it was released or when it was put out. Back in February, updated February 18th, 2022. Okay, so 7 months ago. Again, it only shows 7 out of 7, so you know, take it for what it is, even though it says, you know, that it's ranking 10 best amps. 10 best amps, but we're only gonna give you 7. Sure. um, you know, I'm currently doing the 223 right at this moment in time, and they jump, you know, so, you know, yeah, the 223 could be considered like mid-tier, maybe. But, you know, I'm kind of looking for something that's like maybe a little bit between the 777 and the 223. I don't know. Um, so the 177 is apparently the best one for like fighting off Eidolons. So, um, best for fighting Sentinels, 527. I'm checking out a different site here. Let's see. Kuva siphons or floods. Don't really need those. Bombolus. Eidolons. Best for fighting Profit Taker. Best for raw damage. Best for criticals. Best for status effect. Interesting. This particular website goes into like a um, different kind of sets to it. You know, one of the websites was like, you know, some prefer the 777 or you know whatnot, but it's like this website has a little different combinations, so that's interesting. Gamers decide. Hmm. Let's see, the Shark Prism is most notable. Guaranteed impact shots. Punch through multiple enemies. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Fully automatic rifle. Status chance. High reward weapon that requires you to get up close to deal damage. Interesting. Um, Explodes. Flat increase the amp's critical chance. Okay, so it's looking like I'm probably gonna wanna try to get these three at some point in time so that I can get a better uh, amp overall, but um, right, fall scaffold as it can deal a lot of damage even on bad amps. Also notice you can trigger any melee themed tenno abilities. You don't really need to aim much as it will home in on most foes. Interesting. Okay, well,
No skin off my
let's
proverbial back.
see. Not going to be able to do much in terms of reputation here. I still need to kind of hold on to these Narmer Isoplast because I need to get, what is it, like 3 more to complete like 2 Warframe parts, I believe. So I'm gonna need to kind of hold on to those. Um, so yeah, not not a fast run today in terms of trying to go through railjack missions. All right. I don't know. Not sure what to say about this right at this moment in time because I'm feeling a little bottlenecked on that. Um, I might need to just go ahead and hold off on that for right now. Focus on getting the other Warframes. Um, Try to work on getting a lot of toroids so that I can unlock those 3 amps, purchase them, and um, build the best amp apparently out there and see how well it works for me. I don't know. We'll have to see about that. Um, See if the 777 actually works. Um, if it works in my favor or if I'm gonna have a hard time with it. Not sure. I haven't even seen the 777, so I wouldn't really know. Um, but normally I've closed down by now. Normally I close down by 6. But seeing that I came in late, I figured I'd push a little bit more, but it's getting kind of late as it is. Well,
Operator,
I
the
mean
system
it's
needs
it's
you. Will you
7:15,
begin
so I
your
mean
mission
it's not bad. I'm not. But I mean I'm going over the 4-hour mark. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to close it down at this point. Um, so, um, so I guess next week, um, we're gonna hold off on Sevagoth. Um, so kind of hold him for later. Um, I'm already building Haro, so that's not that big of a deal. Um, we're gonna hold off on Gear, Geary, or however you pronounce his name. So really the 4 um, that I'm still kind of needing to work on is Caliban, which I mean I probably need to kind of do. Yeah, I mean I'm just missing this chassis, so um, and those bounties don't really pop up all that often, so I probably should try to keep an eye out for those Caliban missions a lot. So um, need to do a lot of arbitration for Grendel. And again, I'm not quite sure about the Granum Voids. Um, that process there, the regular, the exemplar, and the zenith. Um, you know, am I right in the assumption that regular gives you only 1, exemplar gives you 2 drops, and zenith gives you 3? I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure about that, but I still need to get the neuro chassis and the systems there. And I still need to try to work on the Zaku Nicholas bounties to try to get the neuro and systems there. So, so I'm feeling like I'm gonna be dealing with a lot of grind on that. Let's see. Um, let's see. Let's see, Warframes. Out of the vault. Let's see which ones are currently out right at this moment in time in terms of the vault. We have Chroma and Zephyr Prime that are currently out. So, and I believe I have both of them if I'm not mistaken. So, I already have Zephyr, and the other one was Chroma, was it? Yeah, Chroma. I definitely have Chroma Prime, so I mean that's not that big of a deal. I can help with Grendel. I have the locators. You just need frame augments on since they're the only mods on the frame that counts. Right. Well, I have to actually purchase them, which requires me to get the um, the arbitration currency. So I have to kind of work on that. So what are some other primes that are out that aren't I mean, I know that what's her name? Core. I know that Core is out as well. So, but I think that's about it. I think. Just saying, only one person group normally hosts needs the locators, but I understand. Yeah. Um, okay, this article is outdated. Okay, here's a list that I can use here. Tenno for life. Okay, so let me kind of write this down here because I could probably use this list coming in here. So we have Nidus Prime as possible. We have Gar Prime. Root of Prime. Auto Prime. Or Prime. 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 And Octavia Prime. Let me confirm that real quick with what I can kind of see in my relic list here. So let's see. We're looking at Gar Prime. There's a lot of relics available for Gar Prime. So although okay, so there are still relics out there available for me to collect for Gara. Yeah, okay. So that's not that big of a deal. Let's see. Do I already have Gara Prime? Not here.
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you.
Inventory.
Ha.
Gara Prime. I do. Okay, so Gar Prime has already been built. So I don't need to worry about that. Let's see. What about Gruda Prime? Okay, do not have Gruda Prime right at this moment in time. Let's see. I don't have any of the prime parts right at this point. Okay, so Haru Prime. I've already got the chassis, so I just need the neuroptics and systems. So the whole reason why I'm testing out a holster build of constantly swapping guns is because of a new speeder gun is amazing OP. Okay. Let's see. You have to probably show it to me at some point. Okay, so Core Prime. I'm gonna be needing neuroptics and chassis. Let's see. Sha already own, so I don't need to worry about that. see, Nidus. I need neuroptics and chassis as well. Okay. Let's see, what about Octavia? Okay, so it looks like I'm just missing, well, I need 2 argon crystals to get the chassis there. And then I just need the blueprint for Octavia Prime. So, I mean, I'm just not much needed there. So that's going to be nice. So, it's like a try, but it's slow and I don't think many will use it. I mean, it all depends on the situation, you know. If it's like a weapon that can like go through like multiple enemies kind of thing, then it might be pretty viable, you know. It all depends. So, okay, so let's see. Octavia. Um, yeah, okay, so there's still relics out there um, that can still be acquired um, for Octavia Prime. Looks like looks like we only have 2 of these for the blueprint though. Oh, okay, so apparently that's in the vault, but this one still available. Okay, but I haven't gotten that many of these, so um so yeah. Hmm. Okay. Actually, hold on. Which prime blueprint? I need Mesa 05s for that. So, I'm just kind of making a little note about that. Let's see. Let's look at Nidus Prime Neuro. Oh, I got a lot of relics for that. Okay. I mean, if I don't get the neuroptics just from, from, what is it, 19 relics here, then that's some messed up RNG. So I'm not really that worried about neuroptics right at this moment in time. What about chassis? Okay, not as many relics. Again, another rare. That's not great. At least you can still kind of get these relics, specifically the Lilith N12. So I might want to make a note of that here, that I might need more Lilith N12s to try to get the uh, more of the chassis there. Okay, so let's see. What about Cora? Ooh, not that many relics for Cora. Okay, so Cora Prime Neuro. Okay, so just have these available, but obviously haven't gotten that many. So so let's see. So Neuro is the Axie A8 and the chassis, the Neo N21. Okay, so I really should probably look into getting these relics soon before they. Well, I don't know when they're gonna vault Korra, so but it might be in my best interest to consider um, hunting them down, or trying to get more of these relics, because obviously I don't have any. So, or trying to maybe hop into some Neo or Axie um, relic runs in hopes that someone might try to you know uh, equip one and potentially have the uncommon show up. Never know. Okay. Let's see. We have Haro. Don't really have much in terms of Haro, looks like. So Neural Optics. Okay. So okay. So both of those are available, which is interesting. So let me make a note of that real quick. So it's an Axie S12, Axie E8, and then we have systems. So I have a few of those, but they're rare, so it's going to be a little difficult to get a hold of. But I mean, let's see. Meso H2. Right. So really the only one that I can get is the Meso H2. If I don't get, if I don't get that rare from the Lilith H4, so let me go ahead and make a note of which one that I need to kind of go hunting for. Let's see. Garuda. Okay, so I have a few relics of Garudas there. And some of them are available, some of them are not. So, this is going to be interesting because I don't think I have a single blueprint for Garuda right at this point, so interesting. Quite a few relics are out of in rotation right at this moment in time, so that's not too bad. But I mean, obviously, let's see, Prime Blueprint, and that's vaulted. That's not, so here, let's blueprint, neuro, chassis, systems. I need all four of them, so so I'm probably going to be needing to hunt down more Meso P8s at some point. maybe. I mean, like I said, I still have these, and but I mean, that is a common, so potential for getting the blueprint could be pretty high. I'll have to find out. Let's see, Neuroptic, so Lilith G5, and got a few of those, but it's a rare, so it's gonna be probably a little difficult. But let me go ahead and kind of write that down anyway, just in case. Let's see. We have the chassis. That's vaulted, so I'm gonna go ahead and list down the Neo S15 on my list of relics to hunt for. But I mean, it's an uncommon with 5 relics possible, so you know what? I think next week I'm probably gonna need to do. I mean, um, um, the Warframes that I still haven't gotten, the non-prime Warframes. They're still gonna be there, so I mean I'm not gonna be they're never, well, at least I could be mistaken on that. I don't think they're ever gonna remove a particular Warframe. But again, I could be wrong. They might do it. They might try. But if they do, then it would be pretty interesting, especially if someone already has the Warframe. I mean, the only Warframe that I know of that they kind of removed out of roster completely that you'll never be able to get is the Excalibur Prime. Um, I mean, unless you're a founder, then you had that opportunity to get Excalibur Prime. But yeah. Let's see. Next is the systems, and I don't have a single relic of that, and it's also rares. Wonderful. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be a little problematic because for example, if Garuda goes into the vault like tomorrow or something like that, I'm not gonna be able to complete Garuda at all right now, based off of everything that I've seen so far. So, so yeah. So I already have Gar Prime. Don't need to worry about that one, and I have Neja Prime already. So, um, so I'm thinking that I should probably work on trying to get, start trying to get relics for Garuda Prime, Horror Prime, Core Prime, Nidus Prime, and Octavia Prime. Try to knock out, getting everything for them. So, so probably I'm kind of leaning more towards doing that next week. Um, Trying to work on gathering up all those relics. So, um, gathering up the relics and then trying to get the parts. So, that's my idea for probably next week there, folks. So I'm probably gonna hold off um, on the others. Hold off on getting Caliban, Grendel, Protea, Zaku. Sevagoth has to wait. Gear, I mean, I could probably work on Gear, the Zariman bounties, but I haven't really played around with them all that much, and at the same time, that's kind of late game. Um, so I haven't really messed around with that all that much. Um, so I'm kind of worried about the Zaraman bounties. Much along the lines of the problems that I've been having with the Sevagoth railjack missions. I feel like having to I'm hitting a wall on some of this stuff. So I'm gonna have to um, kind of work on getting um, trying to increase my overall equipment, keep on increasing my mods, um, get better amps. So, and try to get, more of the, um, try to hunt down for, some mods that I know that I'm missing. So, I mean, I there's a lot in this game that I don't have there, folks. So I mean, there's still much more for me to go, and as it is anyway, and I mean, there's still a lot more for me to do in terms of just grinding reputation or grinding, MR levels. I mean, I have, Warframes and weapons um, that I still need to level up here. So there's plenty of room still for me to get, MR um, MR experience on, but um, it's not. I often feel like I can go in this direction, and I can go in that direction, I can go in this direction, I can go in that direction. Ah! Oh well, what can one do, right? I'll just uh, keep on moving and you know, try to focus on one particular path, and I'll get there. You know, just focus on trying to take care of one task at a time, one goal at a time. I have multiple goals in Warframe, but I need to make sure that I don't go, oh, I have to go and there and it I'm just gonna I'm just gonna go crazy if I try to do that. So I need to set little sub goals, little submissions. Hence the reason why I was thinking, oh, okay, I can try to work on going towards Sevagoth today, and well, 3 failed missions, and already I'm like, ooh, okay, well, apparently that's my current roadblock right now. Is that mission, that Venus mission. So my ship is doing okay. Probably could do better though. Um, I feel like um, there's better equipment that I can get on my Railjack that might keep my ship alive a little bit better. Might keep the shields up more. I would have to get a lot more titanium to handle that, for example. So, um, still need to kind of look into like what's the best kind of equipment overall for the Railjack as well. But we'll see. I don't know. Like I said, a lot for me to do, a lot for me to kind of take in. Um, as I mentioned before, not happy about the update for Wukong. That that was terrible. Didn't know how badly they were gonna nerf him, and boy, did they nerf him. They nerfed him real bad. So, um, uh, makes me think that he's almost downright unplayable in some cases. I mean, at least it feels as though it made the Celestial Twin downright unusable. So, um, so I didn't really like that 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 bad of a nerf. So, but he badly needed that nerf. I don't know. You know, um, I was kind of needing him just to be that powerful, just to kind of handle the amount of crap that I was dealing with. Oh well. You know, the the reduction in damage, no problem. I can understand the reduction in the twins damage. No big deal. Okay, cut it down by half, no problem. Um, it's the ammo pool that I feel really really took the most amount of that was the worst nerf in my particular opinion. Um, I don't like the depleting of the ammo pool. So so that's all. You know, because as I mentioned earlier, um, you know, my current loadout with the Ceranos, for example, unusable. Can't use it anymore. There's no there. It's not even feasible with the Ceranos at this point. So I'm gonna have to completely rework what Wukong is capable of doing. So I'll have to worry about that a little bit later. Or maybe I'll have to look into what other people are trying to do to make up for the major nerf. So um so that's what I'm gonna need to figure out. So well, here's the thing, Mr. Stubb. Um, the the amount of ammo that you have for this bow being at only 7, the fact that the twin could fire this off without needing to worry about ammo made it a decent weapon. The fact that you no longer have that makes this shit. It's completely unusable in my particular opinion. You would have to be scrambling for ammo for this particular weapon all over the place in order to use it. So that's why this build no longer works for what they did. So, you know, um, they, you know, they would have to, you know, in my particular opinion, you know, they would have to kind of like really look at some of these weapons and how much ammo you have for them. Okay. I don't use the Ceranos because of how little ammo you get for it. This is, you know, if if it wasn't for the fact that, you know, the twin could actually use it at any particular point in time, you know, um, you know, without needing to kind of search for ammo. And and let's face it, you know, um, the most people don't put on, you know, modifications or mods that, you know, work on, you know, swapping, you know, rifle ammo with, you know, like your secondary pistol weapon ammo or anything along those lines. You don't really see that in a build, okay, for any kind of Warframe, okay, because you typically don't necessarily need to worry too much about ammo. This weapon does have to worry about ammo though. That's the problem. So, you know, so this particular weapon completely completely gone. You can't use it. It's unusable now. So you're not gonna be putting ammo mods on your Warframe when there are better bows and arrows out there. You know, I mean, the Ceranos is a good weapon. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you know, the you know the toxin and being able to drag enemies into, you know, makes it a pretty decent weapon. Problem is that the ammo is just crap. You know, it makes it unusable. You know, let's compare it with other bows and arrows. Paris Prime, 72 72 ammo on the Paris Prime. Let's see, the Dread. Again, 72 ammo. Um, then I mean, Natarek doesn't really have any kind of ammo, so I mean that's not a really good comparison there. Um, the Daiku, which I believe is some consider it one of the best bows out there. Again, 72 ammo. I'm just saying, you know, um, the ammo for the Ceranos here makes it an unviable weapon. And the twin was the one that was making it useful. So that's all. I mean, isn't the Dread also a which one was it? There was I think it's the Dread. The Dread is one that does the um splash damage, or which one does the explosive shots? Okay, these AoA weapons are meant to kill 5 foes with a single ammo shot. Okay, so 5 enemies with 7 arrows is 35 enemies. That's half of the 72 ammo. I'm just saying it's not the ammo is a problem. Okay, that's all. That's all I'm saying. Okay, they need to bump up the ammo for the Ceranos to make it viable because it's no longer viable anymore. Okay. You know, when I tried to use it myself, I was having a hard time with it because I had to keep on scrambling to try to find ammo for it. Okay. So I'm just saying it needs more ammo. So, you know, seven arrows is not enough for this weapon to be viable. You know, you would have to put on mods on your Warframe to allow for, you know, the swapping of ammo from like a secondary weapon to you know, into the arrows to make it viable, because you're not going to find enough um, rifle ammo to make it viable. That's it. So, but you're not going to find enough ammo for it. That's what that's my point there, Mr. Stab. Once you fire off those seven shots, you're done. You know, you're not finding enough ammo in the map to make it useful. Okay. You know, I can put on a mod, you know, um, I can put on a mod on, you know, any one of these other bows that can, you know, that does piercing damage to kind of puncture through, you know, multiple enemies all at the same time. So, the fact that, you know, sure, the splash damage can bring in and potentially kill, you know, multiple enemies, sure, that's great. But I can kind of do the exact same thing with a lot more ammo, you know, using a different bow. So it's useless. In my particular opinion, it became a useless bow. So, uh, but that's where we're gonna go ahead and end it there, folks. Obviously, it didn't do that much in terms of
Nora is
Nightwave
all
today.
about incentivizing.
But I mean, it's probably not going to go away anytime soon, so still got plenty of time to get to the last rank on that. So I'm not stressing about that right at this point in time. We'll see about maybe getting some relic cracks next week on Saturday, and then um, we'll see
Let's check
about.
what's next.
Um, I'll look into maybe seeing what I can find for like maybe an update for Wukong. Um, yeah, there's a lot to do, so we'll see what we can do about that. Um, so um, so yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down for tonight. Want to thank Mr. Stab and Vinny for stopping on by and chatting with me. Appreciate it. Also want to thank um, Barracudas for the follow and for chatting with me as well. Hopefully, I helped them out with the Kuvalich. Seemed like I did, but we'll see. um, but we'll have to. We'll see if they join me again next Saturday. Um, but all these videos, all these streams are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you want. Link is down below on my Twitch About page. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch About page, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check out those if you're interested. Um, I have a clan here in Warframe, so if anybody is interested in joining me on that, um, you're welcome to. Um, Still got plenty of space. Well, plenty in a certain terms. Got some members that haven't been online all that. Haven't been online in probably close to a year now. Um, oh, close to a year. And you know, I can always expand on my dojo as well. It's set to 10 max right at this moment in time, but I mean, I still have barracks that I can build in the dojo, so it's not like uh, I'm not like hurting for space right now. So obviously, I would love for everybody to be playing the game on a regular basis, and I can kind of join them on that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Um, but if you want to apply for the clan, you're welcome to. I also have a stream team that I made. There is a application link down below on my Twitch About page for that. Um, the team is all about trying to help out, you know, other members of the team. So uh, there's like multiple different sub teams available for anybody that is interested in volunteering for any of those. Um, it's meant to try to help out everybody on there. You know, uh, Setting up collabs, setting up tournaments, setting up charity events. Um, you know, the I could see it being very useful for you know um, pretty much helping out everybody that's on the team. Um, I've tried helping out other members on the team, getting them kind of help set them up and whatnot. Um, Try to help promote their videos, promote uh, their streaming channels. Um, Also looking for non-streamers as well, or um, you know, we're looking for streamers, obviously, to kind of help promote their channels and help them out on their streams. I'm also looking for non-streamers as well. They are welcome on the team. Um, you know, so like maybe they're interested in just you know uh, helping out in uh, setting up or giving some technical advice, computer advice or anything along those lines. Um, you know, we have looking for people that might be artists that don't really care about streaming. They just want to sell their art. That's also possible. Musicians, same thing. If they're not streaming, maybe they just want to commission out their music. You know, that's also a possibility. Um, so, we're just looking for more people to join to kind of, keep it moving, keep it uh, moving in a direction that, I want to see the team grow into something that could be useful for everybody. Um, and we're just looking for more applications. We're looking for people that are interested in that. So if that's something that rings true to your heart, then send in your application. I'll review it, and if everything looks good, then no problem, you're in. Um, there is a Google document on the application page for anybody that wants to check out all the details that I've laid out for the team. It's a lengthy document, I know, but it's meant to try to answer as many questions as I possibly can on it. So, um, the um, I lost my train of thought. ah, oh, um, the one thing that I will not stand for on the team is anyone that actually harasses others. You know, those kind of streamers that goes to other channels and does hate raids, okay, or you know, hassles, um, yeah, um, just overall harassment. Um, you know, people that are racist to others or um, just downright assholes. Don't want them. Just don't want them on the team. We, you know, we want to bring people up, not put people down. So if that's something that interests you, or if you know if you want to help lift others up, then apply. I would love to. Um, I would love to include you on the team. So, but that's it. That's where we're going to go ahead and end it there, folks. So, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll catch you next time. But until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe. I'll catch you strangers next time.